Welcome to the Gun Channel's early morning lobby.
Test 1, 2, 3. I'm here to save everyone's morning, I guess.
What up?
Having my cone of coffee. There's been some problem with early morning shows or something.
Yeah, I guess. Jimmy's sick. He has that New Year's hangover flu that's going around.
I didn't know there was a pandemic of affecting early chat, but if he's just hung over, well.
Well, no, I'm just speculating. I don't know that for sure. I've heard a lot of people lately been like, I'm still hungover like 3 days later. Like, there's a lot of that still going around.
Well, I downed a bottle. I made champagne cocktails to celebrate being alive on New Year's Eve. So I had downed a whole bottle of Dom Perignon and some Angus. You put basically how you make champagne cocktails is you put some 1 sugar cube at the bottom of the champagne flute. Then you add some Angostura bitters. They have them at Walmart. It's basically a little bottle of bitters, and you pour that onto the sugar. Then you pour the champagne over that and add lemon rind, and that's a champagne cocktail. So basically, I had watched Casablanca a lot of times, and Victor Lasgo kept ordering those things over and over everywhere he went. So I figured I'd find out how to make them and give them a try. And they're okay if you have used good champagne. So I had down a whole bottle of Dom Perignon that I had in the refrigerator forever, and it was very. Then I jumped into the freezing pool in the condominium after that. Make sure to keep me awake. But I was popping vitamin C.
A freezing pool in Hawaii? Like the pools are freezing there?
Well, my condominium is too cheap to want to heat the pool, so they're trying to save money. Electricity costs a lot in Hawaii. It's like the highest per kilowatt rate in America, I think, in Hawaii. But
why, with all that thermal energy you have there from the volcanoes,
it's all most of the energy is oil-fired power plants, and they have to ship in the oil. So they charge you an energy surcharge, and there's a company here. They tried to change the name to HECO, but it's really Helco. That's what it used to be called, Helco, Hawaii Electric Company, Helco. And they charge a fortune. Yeah. And my condo used to cost $1,000 a month to keep it air conditioned cool. But that was at the height of the oil crunch, as far as when oil was like 100 and whatever a barrel. Now that it's around 50, when it drops to 20, things got a lot cheaper. But when it was expensive, they hit your bill with the energy surcharge. And but TIH, this is Hawaii. That's how it is. So yeah, the condo doesn't want to pay to heat the pool, so it's kind of like freezing. And they're too cheap to fix they need to put in a new heater for the hot tub, because the manager tries to fix it, but it's like every other time it's not hot. I go down there. Personally, I'm getting sick of it. I don't want to have to boil water and bring it with me every time I go down there. Boy, silver's taking a nice bid today. Let's see how gold is doing. I don't know. Just looking at the chart. It's up like 40 cents or something. Looks like it's going straight up. Yeah, gold is taking a little bit of a bid too. The chart, it's like a straight up chart. Must be a lot of short covering. Let's see what China's gold market opens up to boost renminbi internationalization. So I'm trying to figure out why my lock and load chat last night, they demonetized it. It was because I always start with the sound of a Glock at the beginning, cracking a Glock, because I do on all of my lock and load chats, or because I said there's fake news. I use the word fake news, or I can't figure out why they demonetized my chat last night. But
oh yeah, but don't they they didn't give you a reason? Like it's
nope, nope, it just demonetized it. No reason, no email. They just
it must have
demonetized it.
picked up. It must have picked up something in the background, or thought it did.
There wasn't anything in the background.
I know, but it must have thought it did. Like,
nah, I think it's just their whole. I think it's the fake news stuff, or either that or the sound of a gun. They don't want people talking about guns. Has anybody else had their chats demonetized?
not that I've heard. I've heard that just because of the algorithm they use to search for like copyrighted music and movies and shit, that sometimes things just line up just right for like that 5 seconds or whatever.
There wasn't any on my chat last night. So I think the only thing it started.
There doesn't have to be any, is what I'm saying, man. Like I've heard that it's happened to people.
I did complain about fake news in Russian television. So maybe somebody from Russian television flagged my chat because I said that it's all. There's a Putin has a. Well, I don't want to say anything that they'll flag you for, but.
Well, don't they have to show you who's the one who
They don't have to do shit. It's their platform,
right? Because they showed me when they
it wasn't a copyright strike. They just demonetized it. For no reason. They don't give you a reason. They don't.
Well, remonetize that shit.
They just demonetize. There's no way to remonetize it. I mean, they've turned stuff off and on before the monetization, but I don't know. Google can kiss my ass. After they send me the next $100 payment, they maybe it was because I was really close to the next payment that they didn't want to. They wanted to demonetize one of my videos. So at least I don't get that many views on my chat. So if that's the one they want to demonetize, okay. As long as they keep the bug out bag video rolling. That's what people watch. For some strange reason, bug out bag videos are very popular. So what's happening over there? What part of the America are you in, Dead Horse?
Mormon City.
What state is that?
Mormon-taw.
Utah?
Yeah.
All right. I dated a redhead from Utah for quite some time. Or at least I let her come over and have sex with me whenever she wanted. You call that? I wouldn't call it dating, but it was what it was. Airplane just passed over your house?
Yeah, they're doing their bombing runs.
Oh, your house isn't the target, I hope. Otherwise,
No.
chat's going to end real quick. GM got shamed into building more of. I'm listening to what Sean Connery is saying or typing. Apparently, GM got shamed into building more of the Sonics in America. I guess that's a car, the Sonics.
I think it's
fast
food restaurant.
I thought Sonics used to be a basketball team, but now they're the Thunder. So, all right. Because Trump said he taxed the shit out of them from Mexico. I need to send a letter about the film companies and complain about Technicolor to Trump because they did the exact same thing to the film post production. They killed post production in Los Angeles. Basically, Trump went to all the accounting departments of all the film companies and said, "We're going to give you a check for 10 or 15% of your total post production billings every year, on the one condition that you give us the exclusive to all your post production work." And every other post production company in LA went out of business when Technicolor got everything, and then Technicolor said everything overseas. So, I mean, I know people with $100 million companies that went out of business. They just shuttered their buildings, closed their shops, fired everybody, and so, fire saled everything. And they're just, I mean, they couldn't. I don't know. There's no way to start up post production in LA again after that. What they should do is they should send them a bill for 15% of their total billings of their total box office, and send them a tax bill for it to the accounting department, to the same guy that showed up and said, "Look how smart I am with a 15% rebate check." They should send a bill for a 15% tax bill for all their gross box office. I mean, it's not like they make any films anymore. They're just a distribution hub. They're very proud of the fact that they're a lean, mean skeleton of what the film industry used to be. But most likely the people that did that are all retired and collecting their pensions or cashed in their options. I wonder if they demonetized my last chat because I talked about prepping. Preppers are now like un-American, or are all preppers considered militias or something? I don't know. Or just the people are considered the militia and they don't want the people saying anything. Well, looks like gold is still going straight up so far. The chart is just straight up ever since about for the last 30, 40 minutes. It's at 1160. Yeah, silver's up 56 cents. That is a 0.5%. No, that is 3.62%. It was under $16 and now it's $16.56 ask. $16.46 bid. Let's see how some of those over-the-counter overseas mining stocks are looking. Golden Arrow's up 3 cents, 5%. Just another one. K92 mining is down 1 cent. So, did anybody watch that Nat Geo Wild on Sunday? They had the live safari. They had it was like, you could Twitter them and ask them Twitter questions, or they would give you Twitter quizzes that you could try and get the right answer to. And basically, they had a couple of jeeps, safari jeeps, in the Cougar National Forest in northeast South Africa, and they had 2 leopard cubs that and well they had one safari jeep guy who was hanging out with his 2 leopard cubs who were 11 months old. So they're kind of big sized cats, but they're still cubs because they're only 11 months old. And the mother was out hunting. They had a different jeep following her, and then there was one guy on foot. It was more of a bushcraft guy, and they had, I guess, satellite uplinks, so it was all done live. And they had a drone, one of those quadcopters with a camera, and a ground little robotic that they could monitoring some. They call them pans. They're like little lakes with birds and terrapins. The guy on foot, he found that they have these really big, the biggest snails in the world in South Africa, and they're that park. So he said, like, every other bush has got like an old dead snail shell in it, and they make great cups. So he just started a fire, did some fire starting in a big standard elephant dung, and it set that on fire. Then picked up some water in an old burned out snail shell, and then he just put it on the fire and purified it and put in some, I guess, leaves to make it into some kind of tea. So at least it was potable. If you leave it on for 10 minutes, he said 3 or 4 minutes, and I thought that was wrong. It takes like 10 minutes before I would drink anything. Just boiling was the only way I had to purify it. But they do make good people. He said people use those giant snail shells as cups for hundreds of years, not thousands of years over there. But that show is going to be on every Sunday if anybody's interested in that Geo Wild, the live safari. First show seemed to be all leopards. I was waiting to see if silver or gold really fell out of bed to see if before I should really just throw tons of money at it, pick up a bunch more. But I've already got a decent sized satchel, so I mean, that chart looks pretty much straight up today when the market's open in New York Mercantile Exchange. Do a screen share of the chart. All right. Can you see that? I hope you can see that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Looking straight up. There it was at early in the morning at $15.90. Now we are up at $16 and well, you can see the bid and ask at the top. Well, who knows? When it hits 1,000, I'll sell. Moon Food is offering to embed your chat in the on the I guess the lobby page if you want. You give them whatever link you're supposed to. Probably the external YouTube link. I don't know anything about that stuff. Now let's see what's Zero Hedge has, if anything. Zero Hedge. On a long enough timeline, the survival rate for everyone drops to 0. Crude is crashing, it says. Oh, Trump wins again. Ford cancels plan for $1.6 billion. Mexican plant expresses vote of confidence in Trump. Washington Post admits its Russians hacked a U.S. utility story was fake news. Let's see the crude is crashing story. As the dollar index surged post-manufacturing data, WTI crude began to lose altitude from its overnight ramp. Combined with ongoing concerns over Libya's production ramp, crude just crashed from over 55 to under 53 in minutes on heavy volume. It seems the catalyst was the U.S. dollar breaking recent highs. Oh yeah, that is a scary looking down chart. Yeah, kerplunk. This looks like a diamond cliff you don't want to go skiing down. But as Bloomberg notes, Libya, the holder of Africa's biggest crude reserves, is ramping up output from its biggest oil field again after 2 years of internal conflict. The latest reminder of just how vulnerable OPEC's quest to clear a global crude glut might be. The Sharara deposit. The Sharara? I never even heard of that. Sharara. Sounds like something they say at a college game. The Sharara deposit in Libya's southwest will ship almost 1.9 million barrels this month from its Zawiya port near Tripoli, according to a loading program obtained by Bloomberg. Compares to the pumping rate in the field of almost 9 million barrels a month as recently as late 2014 before the internal conflict halted flows. So if all the rebel groups in Libya stop fighting and peace breaks out, that's bad for OPEC. And ExxonMobil and probably every other oil company on the planet. And the shale drillers. And the frackers and everything. If maintained, the amount Libya is pumping would be about 125,000 barrels a day higher than the North African country was producing in October. The starting point for when most other OPEC nations are supposed to limit their collective supply. The chairman of Libya's National Oil Group said December 21st that output would reach 900,000 barrels a day early this year. By hitting that target, Libya would replace about one-third of supplies being cut by other OPEC nations. Yeah, I knew that whole thing was bullshit. But I'll just screen share this chart because it's flipping amazing. Look at that chart straight down. Straight down. 55 to 53 and like, what time frame is that? From looks like about a 10-minute drop. Look out below. I think people are going to start piling on shorts any minute. Anyway, that's the oil futures on the New York Mercantile Exchange. See how to get out of this screen share. WikiLeaks hints at huge upcoming revelations. 2017 will blow you away. Gee, I hope not. Greece unleashes a soft cash ban. We put out this story. It's Spread of global cash bans continues, with Greece unveiling their so-called soft approach by which taxpayers will only be granted tax allowances or deductions when payments are made via credit or debit cards. The new guidelines refer to employees, pensioners, farmers, and also the unemployed. In the bizarre Greek world we live in, households will be obliged to spend money even if they do not want to. So if you don't spend enough money, they'll take it away. Any purchase of a good and service over 500 euros will need to be done via plastic money. You can't pay for things with cash. Anything over 500 euros has to be paid with by a card of some kind. Well, I better start burning my 50s and 100s. Time to take the cash out from under the mattress and start throwing it away.
No, save that for toilet paper, bro. Come on.
That reminds me, I need to go to Costco and get a pallet of toilet paper. And ketchup. Panic buy ketchup and toilet paper. Fuck! Costco's not open yet, though. It's only 7 a.m. and 6:48 a.m. in Hawaii. Ah, finish my coffee. What to panic buy today?
I'm trying to panic buy an optic.
What are you gonna get?
Aim Point ACL or Aim Point Pro, one or the other.
Yeah, the Russians use their own version of an aim point.
Or M68. I'm okay with any of them.
For one of your ARs?
Yeah, for an end of the world AR.
What the hell is that? A Dremel?
No, it's this laptop fan kicking into high gear. Thinking it's got to work hard or something. It's got to earn its keep.
All right. Well, it looks like silver is stuck at $16.51. Gonna roll over? I don't know. I was trying to decide whether to panic buy more over the weekend. I thought it might open a lot lower, but it did. So I'll just keep my powder dry. Didn't the wasn't there like a killer rabbit in Monty Python and the Holy Grail that killed everybody? You need an AR against rabbits. I mean, didn't you see how many knights the rabbit killed in the Monty Python and the Holy Grail? Never trust a rabbit. I know we could talk about the top 22 reasons that the 22 sucks. The top 22 reasons not to own a 22. You know, when somebody makes an action film with a 22 rifle, let me know. Maybe I'll change my opinion. I just can't picture Mad Max or Arnold Schwarzenegger or Rambo with a 22. I mean, Rambo would prefer to kill somebody with like he'd take a tree branch and sharpen it or something and fire harden it and then spear somebody with it. He wouldn't use a 22. 22s just bounce off of rabbits. I think I was watching one of those Arctic wildlife things, and a rabbit was running from a some kind of cat, I think, snow lynx or something. But rabbits can't run very fast in the deep snow; it really slows them down. So he was too far from his burrow, and he got killed by some kind of cat. He was running as fast as he could, but the snow just it's too deep; it slows him down. Probably just chase him with a baseball bat and kill him. Don't need it. 22. Throw a rock at it or something. Here's another show I watched over the weekend. Let's see. Carter's War, Wild Animal Response. It's on the Outdoor Channel. An episode I saw, they were darting. They had 19 rhinos that they had to move off of one guy's property because it was in danger from poachers. They have a South Africa has a guarded sanctuary, and basically they had to dart 19 of them and then load them, kind of revive them and then load them into like big rhinoceros transportation boxes on trucks, and then move them to where there weren't any poachers, where they were be guarded, this big preserve. And the owner of the land really formed attachments to these rhinos, so it was sad to see him go. But it seems like they do good work over there, this particular guy. Anyway, it's on the Outdoor Channel if you guys want to check it out. We don't have jackrabbits in Hawaii. We just have mongoose and feral cats. Yeah, the problem with the feral cats is they eat the birds' eggs. Birds nest eggs, so do the mongoose. But they brought the mongoose in to solve the rat problem infestation, but not realizing that the mongoose are active during the day and the rats are nocturnal. So they had a giant rat bloom this year too. there's some roads you go on that if you just drive along the road, you're going to run over a couple 100,000 rats. Should I go turn down my Bloomberg TV in the other room? Is it like bleeding through? I guess not. Nobody's complaining. repost the chat hangout link in case anybody wants to come on. Seems to be running out of things to talk about. That's Dead Horse's chat. They're about to open the 115th Congress. And then they'll have the roll call and vote for leaders. So Ryan should be elected again, and then to lead the Republicans, and Pelosi be elected again to lead the Democrats. It looks like the 115th Congress. Well, I'll finish warming up that ciabatta roll and watch them gavel it open, I guess. Y'all have a nice, safe day. Anybody out there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How'd your Hanukkah go there?
Huh?
How'd your Hanukkah go? Get any good presents?
I didn't get any presents for Hanukkah because I'm not 7, but no, it was fine.
Yeah, I have a nice menorah. I really looked at all the candles, kind of realized that every candle only burns for so long, you know? So enjoy it while you can.
I'm just suffering through searching for a job. A particularly shitty day of the job market, I guess. I'd call it.
Well,
Actually,
run.
huh?
Could run for prime minister if Netanyahu got in some trouble for the police questioning him about something. I don't know.
Nah, he's gonna be fine. It's all nonsense. They just can't beat him in an election, so
They sent in the police instead.
they're just trying to, throw all the shit they can against the wall and see if something sticks. It's all bullshit.
That's politics.
Yeah. I went to one school. They weren't looking for teachers. Then I went to 2 other schools. They wouldn't even let me through the gate and into the school.
Wow.
Apparently that's their policy. They're also apparently gun-free schools, so I don't really want to work there. First time I see a gun-free school in Israel. But it's probably not actually for teachers. But anyway, I just got pissed off because they wouldn't let me in.
Do you have a teaching credential?
No, I'm finishing my teaching certificate, but I just wanted to go in and check if they need anyone for next year. Check it out, give my resume and shit. But they just wouldn't let me at those 2 schools. And then I was going to a 3rd school, and I got a call from a place that's just looking for someone for a couple of nights a week to watch over their farm. Like basically a guard. Went there. The dude that runs the farm showed me everything. It was like, yeah, dude, you fit this job just fine. So I'm gonna talk to the human resources manager because the farm is it's owned by a company that also has a factory and a restaurant. And
Okay.
she's gonna call you, but you're perfect for the job. Blah blah blah. I get home after an hour. I get a call from that girl. She's like, "Yeah, you're good for the job, but we also had another guy who's good for the job come in today, so we went with him. So if you want to work at the factory, maybe." I'm like, right, I have to think about that because there's a difference between 2 nights a week working at a farm and committing myself to being a factory worker right now.
Well,
I'm gonna go to the factory tomorrow, I guess, to have a look. But
what's the name of the company? Can you tell me, or do you want to wait till you're hired?
Oh no, it's called. No, I got no complaints against them. I was sure that I'm getting the job, and it's not even such a great job. It was just like it's an okay thing, and but it's not an international company or anything. It's called Marinado, or I don't know how you would pronounce it in English, but they just basically have they basically produce meat. And they have a restaurant where they cook that meat and serve it. So it was kind of a pain in the ass, and you're like, geez, I can't even get a job watching over some sheep, That's not a very high standard. Like, I'm way overqualified for that job. If I can't get that, then I'm kind of screwed.
Well, there's I guess. Well, I mean, I was hearing that the Israeli economy was doing pretty good. I mean, compared to everybody else, but I don't know
No,
about.
it's doing fine. I'm just in an area where it's a rural area, so there aren't that many jobs. And I mean, if I went there 2 weeks ago, I might have gotten it. Now I don't have it, so tomorrow I'm going for a job interview at 10:30, and then I'm gonna go to another school, and then maybe I'll talk to this lady from the human resources and tell her I'll come to see the factory. Because
I saw
I mean,
something on TV about the Israeli army, training their cyber security guys, and those guys can get jobs like crazy after they leave the army. They have all the training from the cyber, division. I forgot they had the unit names. I don't remember them. But,
that's not me though.
yeah, because cyber defense and cyber warfare is like Israel's one of Israel's things.
Oh yeah, that definitely helped with work afterwards. But that's not.
Well, I wanted to wish you luck. I'm sure
No,
you'll
I will
find
be.
something.
No, I will. I'll find. I'm sure I'll find something. It's just a very annoying day because plus, I'm driving here, I'm driving there, and I'm not achieving anything. And that's really fucking frustrating. Especially that I thought I was like, I mean, it's just a job watching over a farm, but I mean, it's something. At least I'll start getting some money. And
Money's good.
yeah, it's not even that. It's just, I mean, it's the feeling that you're starting to get back on your feet after so many months. Because again, it's very hard to find a job here. You have to. It's not enough to send resumes. You have to. That's the only thing I know now is it's not enough to send resumes. I have to literally
Yeah, you have to go out
drive.
and network. You have to network and meet people.
Yeah, you have to drive to the employers and meet them and be like, "Hey, I'm here. I need a job. I'll do whatever." Because if you just send resumes, they just drown. Because a lot of
Yeah, I
them.
mean, when I was running my company, I had like a whole drawer full of resumes, and it was almost pointless for people to just send me their resumes.
Yeah. On the other hand, you don't. I don't want to like come and knock on people's door if they're not hiring. So you got to figure out who's hiring and go there. And nah, I mean, I hope tomorrow is gonna be. At this point, I'll do anything. Like, I don't meat factory. Okay, I'll pack meat. I don't care. I mean, it's fine. Just, just anything will be okay. I can't sit at home anymore. Even not from the financial point, just the mental. I can't. I need to work. I need to make money. I need to feel that I'm making the money.
Feel that
Yeah.
check cashing wonderfulness when you deposit the
Yeah.
check into the bank.
Man, they have a small war with those fucking cattle thieves. That place has it's not a huge farm. It's one of the biggest sheep farms in Israel, which isn't that big because we're not a big country. They have a they have a good few thousand sheep. I think 5,000 or 6,000 sheep, and they have fences and stream lights, and they have like
There's
40.
there sheep rustlers. Are there a lot of sheep rustlers?
Yeah, man. They have like 40 dogs walking around. Some are tied, some are untied. And sometimes they still, I mean, they just, drive their trucks through the fences and rustle a bunch of sheep into their truck and drive away. That's how they do it. So,
Wow,
yeah. So they're
sheep
really
rustling.
stepping up. Yeah, they're really stepping up their security, but it's a quite a war they're up. They're into.
Just don't tell any of the people on gun channels from Texas that you're a sheep herder, or they'll give you shit.
Yeah, it's a job wasn't really hurting the sheep. It was just like
I know.
making sure no one takes them and not being eaten by the dogs. That was
Yeah,
basically the requirement.
the classic in the West was the cattle men versus the sheep herders. So I'm sure you've seen enough westerns to know about that.
They have some cows there too. They have a couple dozen heads of cattle too, but not nearly as many as sheep. They have some fucking big ass cows there. Calves, like fucking big ones. I was surprised at how massive those were. But I don't know. It was kind of when you think you already have a job, and then like 2 hours later you find out, that was like getting smacked in the face. But tomorrow's a new day. Got a schedule. I'm gonna keep driving around until someone decides to hire me for something.
Should have hooked you up with my cousin or my friend of my family, Isaac. I don't know. His all his companies are in America, though. I don't think he has any companies. He just has like 300 cousins in Israel, but I don't think he has like any of his companies are there.
I'm branching out. Oh Jesus, how the fuck did they manage that?
What?
I don't think. Nah, I'm just looking at a picture of a tank in midair. Anyway, I'm sure I'll find something. It's just a finishing day. That's all. You gotta. I mean, I called my dad and I was bitching. He's like, "Well, what do you think? Do you think the job market's waiting for you?" I think people are like, "Oh, Amit's here. We're gonna create a bunch of jobs for special for him." No, they don't give a shit. You gotta go out there and find one.
Yep.
Which wasn't very comforting, but it is true. We'll see tomorrow. I'll go to. I don't really want to work at that hotel where I have the interview, but I might not have a choice. It's too far. It's 50 minutes drive.
50 minutes? That's not that far.
50.
50 zero. Yeah, I used to drive way past that every day. From Malibu to Burbank.
Yeah, I mean, it's not horribly bad, but it's also not great if the job doesn't pay. I mean, it depends how much they pay, and I need to go there and see. I mean, I can always say no. No one's forcing me to work anywhere. I mean, it's a big hotel, and it's 15 minutes away, and I have a feeling it's kind of a job from hell.
How bad can it be working in a hotel?
Oh, it's gonna be horrible. Trust me.
Oh.
I just want to remind you that in my last work in a hotel, a prostitute vomited on me. So.
Somebody vomited on you?
A prostitute.
A prostitute?
Yes.
Well, was she sitting on your lap at the time or something?
No, I was carrying her so she doesn't die of hypothermia in the street. Which, in retrospect, I mean, I should have known something like that will happen. Like, you pick up a drunk prostitute from the street.
Well, why did you pick up this drunk prostitute from the street?
Because she was the hotel guest. She had a room at the hotel, and she just fucking passed out on a bench outside the reception. So I was like, "No, I can't leave her here to die, right?" She was a high-end prostitute. I mean, it wasn't like a street hooker or something. She had a room at the hotel and everything. But, oh, geez, something.
Well, it depends. I'd only be. Sean Ponnery says he'd be mortified if a hooker threw up on him, but it would depend what kind of shirt I was wearing. If it was an expensive shirt or I was just wearing some cheap T-shirt or not.
No, I was wearing pretty expensive clothes, but it's okay. I mean, they washed out later. It was fine. It was more the problem that I didn't have a change of clothes. for the rest of the night. So I got a T-shirt that was lying around there. That was fine, but I had to sit in my pants. I couldn't get the smell out of those. So that was pretty horrible. But other than that, I mean, I was mostly concerned that she's gonna die because I put her in a room and I was like, shit, she's probably gonna die of alcohol poisoning because she's fucked up. So I went in there a couple of times later just to make sure she's still breathing, which she was. And I didn't even get a fucking tip for that. Probably because she didn't remember any of it. Because she was unconscious most of the time.
Saving unconscious hookers. That's the toughest thing you have to do in your life.
I gotta tell you, any sex appeal that woman held before, once a woman vomits on you.
I'll have to take your word for it.
Oh, she was fucking hot until the moment she vomited on me. After that, not so much.
Yeah, I could see how that might ruin your heart on or something.
Yeah. Anyway, and that was a really pretty good, small, high-end hotel. I can only imagine what a large, relatively cheap hotel in Tiberias has. I'm kind of horrified to even think about it. But we'll see. I guess I'll see tomorrow. I'll go to the meat factory. We'll see the meat factory. Because I was talking to the guy at the farm. He was like, "Nah, it's not a bad job at the meat factory." I mean, I was like, I don't want to become a vegetarian, just seeing awful shit go on in the meat factory. He's like, "Nah, it's okay. They just pack the meat. They don't do the butchering there." I'm like, okay.
Just pull a Sylvester Stallone and start punching the meat.
Yeah.
Bring a tape of the theme to Rocky and just start punching the beef, hitting it until your knuckles bleed.
Yeah.
Just don't throw up on it. Well,
it's the first time somebody threw up on me and it had sparkles in it.
what did you just eat? A sparkle donut with sparkles on it or something?
I think, or something like some fancy ass dessert or something. I didn't send it to a lab, but I think it was 90% whiskey and the rest some sort of dessert.
Whiskey and sparkle glazed donuts probably don't mix together too well.
Nah, man, listen. The next day when everyone came to work, I was like, "Listen, you're not gonna believe the night I had," and they're like, "Nah, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Listen, a prostitute vomited on me." They're like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Yep." And then they're like, "No way." I'm like, "Yep, there's a video." So I showed them the video from the security cameras of me carrying this girl. And they're like, "Seriously?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "Couldn't you leave her outside?" I'm like, "No, she would have died outside." They're like,
Dude, you should post that on the internet. It'll probably get and call it, prostitute or hooker vomits on.
That's not ethical though.
What's not ethical about it?
I can tell the story, but posting the video that I like.
Probably get 1 million views.
Nah, but you can't see her vomiting on me. All you see in the video is me carrying her. It's not like high resolution, it's a security camera. But then, and they were like, they didn't believe me that she was so drunk. I was like, go stand next to the door of her room. And you could smell the whiskey through the door, man. It was just awful. It was one of the worst things ever.
Well, I had champagne cocktails. At least champagne smells good. So.
Not when it comes back out, man. Nothing smells good when it comes back out.
I guess. Well, I smelled the cork. I still have the cork from on the champagne bottle, and smelled the cork. It smelled good, but that was just right out of the champagne bottle.
I can assure you that semi-digested desserts and whiskey regurgitated. I don't know how to say that word.
Regurgitated.
Thank you. By the way, it's incredible that I can pronounce every word in Hebrew and all words in English that I can. Like I can do any tongue twisting word from hell in Hebrew, but yeah. Anyway, so
I got through the entire Passover ceremony somehow, standing there with a prayer book for 5 hours.
Oh, that's hard.
Basically, it just says thank you, God, in like 1,000 different ways, over and over and over again.
Man, Sean, you're nasty. Sean and Robbie are having a worse conversation. I mean, my story doesn't even.
If how it feels, smell and taste the same coming up as it does going down.
That's bananas. Apparently. I don't know. I've never vomited bananas. And yes, this chat is live.
Yeah. Yes, sir. It's live.
I don't give a shit. It's live, and how many people are watching it on YouTube? Like 5?
I have no idea.
None of them know who the hell I am, or what hotel I worked at, or what. I don't even know her name. That, I mean, I Facebook searched her at the time and found her, but I don't remember what it was. She was from Hungary.
Hungarian hookers in Israel. Okay.
Yeah, dude, she just came over for. I mean, like someone, like had her over for a few days. She would like sit in her room all day, and he would bring her stuff, like shopping and stuff, like clothes and all that branded stuff. And then around, he would come back. Like he would come once or twice during the day and bring her gifts and shit. And then around 8, he would pick her up. They would go have some fun, come back, do whatever they do. And that was her routine for like 4 or 5 days. So I mean, she must have been. I mean, and he paid for her room and everything. I'm talking really high end.
Well, in Honolulu, it's very convenient. You can go to the Chabad House temple there, and then right across the street, there's like about 7 different topless titty bars and whorehouses.
Oh, is prostitution legal in Hawaii?
No, but they kind of do it anyway, and they skirt the law. They live on the edge of the law, shall we say?
Right. Yeah. Oh, prostitution is legal in Israel. It's just that you like actual, like you can't pimp, but you can prostitute. Know what I mean?
That takes the profit out of it.
No, it theoretically leaves all the profit for the prostitute.
Well, yeah, but
That's not how it works. Of course, they have pimps anyway, because I mean that's just how it is. But theoretically, it's not allowed to pimp. Like you can't have a whorehouse, but you can be a whore.
well, I used to be an audio whore who would record anybody talking or singing or record anything for anybody for money.
Yeah, I don't think that's a thing.
Well, it is a thing if you hate what you're, like if somebody would pay you to, work on some, like NWA character would come in and throw $5,000 in 10s and 20s on your desk and say we need studio time, and then you got to put up with them for like a couple of weeks. That is being an audio whore. I know. Listening to that 808 go boom, boom, boom for like shake the studio for a week or two. Just for a pile full of 20s that they got from pimping.
Well, that still sounds like a job to me. and I'd take any job right now. So, you know, you're desperate when you're considering working at a meat factory.
Well, somebody's got to slaughter the meat and pack it and get it to market.
Yes, somebody's got to, but that's true about everything. Somebody also has to dance on a pole, but when you're considering dancing on a pole, you know, you're in a bad place.
Well, pole dancing isn't the same as being a hooker. I mean, that's totally different. That's just dancing.
Yeah, you tell yourself that. Well, enough about whore channels. I see everybody is either excited or ironically excited about the MMP.
Or they're disgusted.
Disgusted. Why?
Aerosmith brothel in Hawaii.
Why are they upset about the new one?
Upset about the new one, what?
Smith and Wesson MMP.
I don't know. I don't have a Smith & Wesson.
That doesn't mean you can't talk about it. I only have one gun, and I talk about every gun.
Well, unlike some people on gun channels, I generally try not to talk about something I know nothing about, but pretend that I know something about.
That's not true. I've heard you talk about things you don't know.
Like what?
I don't know. I'm just fucking yanking your chain.
No, thanks. I think I can find a hooker to do that around here somewhere.
But next time you do it, I'll be sure to like point it out.
Okay. Well, I'm still trying to figure out why Google demonetized my chat from last night.
Oh, I thought you mean this chat, and I'm like, I think I know why.
We're not allowed to talk about hookers?
Yeah, I think we crossed the family-friendly line the moment I was talking about a prostitute.
Well, that's just work related. You should apply for something from the government for that.
I'm looking at the new MNP, and it looks to me exactly like the old MNP.
Robbie asks, will Trump audit the Fed? I don't know, but Paul Ryan was just reelected Speaker of the House with 239 votes.
A propriety, corrosion resistant finish, and new trigger assembly. Did they finally go like, we're just going to put Apex triggers in them?
It's proprietary.
Whatever. Yeah, this seems like a bunch of buzzwords to me. It looks like it's the same gun. Is someone gonna get upset? No, I'm getting upset. I can't even get people upset on gun channels. I can't get a job herding sheep. I'm feeling quite useless.
Well, go out shooting. That'll make you feel good. Go to the range.
I can't. I just went last week. I can't justify it. I need to conserve.
Why do you have to you can conserve your ammunition because they don't give you enough? Okay.
No, I need to conserve my ammunition because it costs a bunch of money and I'm not employed, and I don't want to spend another. Because if I'm gonna buy any, I'm gonna buy like a bunch. I'm gonna buy like $400 worth of. I'm not gonna buy because otherwise I pay more, and I don't have money. So I still have like 300 rounds, I think, left at the range. So that's good for another 2 times. I'm gonna try and stretch those 2 times until the end of this month. So at least maybe I'll get a job before the next time I need to buy it. I'm not feeling your love for this. I don't know. I don't know how people can get excited about it.
Excited about what?
I'm still talking about the MNP. I'm desperately trying to change the topic to guns.
Okay. We could go back to the Tavor versus a 22 long rifle debate that we started like 10 weeks ago or something.
For what?
For combat.
Yeah, I'll take it to war.
Yeah, I like mine.
You can probably get a Tavor in 22 long rifle.
I've never seen them made, and I don't think I'd want anything. You can get a bullpup for 200. I think I saw for $230. You can get a bullpup frame for a Ruger 1022. Bullpup stock.
I'm sure they make them in 22. Because I'm sure that IMI makes them in 22. Because
There is no IMI anymore. It's IWI.
yeah, whatever, same shit.
No, IMI was run by the government, controlled by the government.
First of all, they're still IMI. It just doesn't make guns anymore.
It's IWI, and then you know they had to be
There's-
reincorporated in America
They're still IMI. They just don't make guns anymore. They make.
IMI was sold off.
Dude,
Auction.
trust me. I know which part of them was sold and which part of them were not.
You know how they say "fuck you" in Hollywood? Trust me.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the part that makes the ammo is still IMI. It might not be government owned, but it is still IMI.
Somebody needs to send me some Razor ammunition. They make that 77 grain stuff.
You can
Hard to get in Hawaii.
You can go to IMI Systems and see that there's still a company called IMI Systems or IMI whatever. It exists. They just signed like a I don't know $500 million contract to provide ammunition to the IDF. But so I know it exists.
You could get a job at an ammunition factory. That would solve.
No shit. I actually sent my resume to an ammunition factory as an ammo tester.
Ammo tester.
I swear.
Let me shoot your ammo to make sure it works.
Dude, someone does that. I literally sent my resume for that job.
Have you gone and knocked on the door yet?
I don't know because they didn't say where it is or which factory it is. It was just like an ad. Like,
I don't think. No, Sean Connery is saying you're going to move to Turkey and get a job at ZQI. I don't think so.
No, man. It's somewhere in the north. I just don't know where it is. But it literally, I was like scrolling through the.
Turkey is north of you. Turkey is north of you.
Oh Jesus, you bunch of stupid motherfuckers! No, it's not in Turkey. It's like chatting with 5-year-olds sometimes.
On gun channels, yeah. Well.
Anyway, I was scrolling through the ads and there was an ad for like needed test fire. I was like, what? What the hell is a test fire? It was like for a munitions factory. Needed test fire. And I was like, oh, they're probably looking for someone with like experience in the field. And they're like experience in the field.
Ahmed, if you can't get a job, what you do is you steal a tractor and then you break into the ammunition plant, fill it full of ammo, and take all the ammunition to the sheep farm and then hide it under a big pile, hide a bunch of the ammo under a big pile of sheep dung.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I'm not even hired by the sheep farm, so I can't get in there. There's a guard.
Well, you have a tractor. How is the guard going to stop you?
Shoot me, probably. Nah.
Now I sneak into the hotel and just follow the first drunk hooker you find.
I wonder what like seriously what that job entails, like ammo tester. That literally does he literally like take one out of X amount of ammunition and just go to a room next door and like shoot it? And they pay him to do that? That's amazing.
Well, I mean, I guess they have to test fire every gun, one round in every gun, and then sign their names on a little piece of paper that says you tested it and it works or something. But
I guess like sometimes new guns come with like a target from the factory, which shows you the.
yeah, they always come with that and the spent casing.
Oh, I gotta go.
All right, be safe out there. God bless all our friends in Israel. And now you're just stuck with me, guys. Sorry. What do you want me to do that's entertaining? Could try and find a drunk hooker who wants to throw up on me, but they're probably all passed out by this time. It is 9:33 a.m. in Hawaii. Trump and North Korea. Kim Spar, China poses as the responsible actor. Just because Trump is president doesn't mean that, China or North Korea or Pakistan and India won't do something stupid. Crashes the economy and somebody sets off a nuke somewhere. You think price of precious metals has gone up when it went from 13 to 21. You should see what will happen if somebody detonates a nuclear weapon somewhere. I'm wondering if they demonetized my lock and load chat just because I had the gun racking sound at the start of it. It's the only thing I can think of that makes any sense. Unless every time you say Russian television is fake, fake news, then they demonetize you because somebody from Russia complains. I mean, really, it must be just they don't like the gun sounds of somebody racking a slide. I do that at the start of every video. Oh well, who cares? I don't think Maui's on the front lines, Island. I mean, the only way that anybody's going to hit Maui is if they aim for Honolulu and miss. Morning hookers. You want me to search back page for all the hookers, and you could all give each one a rating or something? General MacArthur was right? I don't think so. Truman was trying to stop World War III because you got to remember it wasn't just China, it was Russia that would have retaliated. So again, a global winter is like 10 years of no sunshine getting through the stratosphere to the earth. China has very little control of if Kim Jong wants to launch a missile at somebody, how are they going to stop him? the military invasion takes a little bit of time, and a missile launches just like you can launch a missile in 1 second. So I don't think North Korea has intercontinental ballistic reentry vehicle capability yet. They can launch them, but I don't think they can bring them back into the atmosphere and not have it burn up. You have to know how to do a reentry vehicle, and I don't think North Korea has figured that out yet. China wants its money. What money are you referring to? Let's see what's on 24-hour gold. Superhero Snowden trashed in absurd Wall Street Journal op-ed. Epstein discusses the fable of Edward Snowden. That would be Obama's last fucking funny thing they could do is pardon Edward Snowden. His way out. It would quote, "It was not the quantity of Mr. Snowden's theft, but the quality that was most telling. Mr. Snowden's theft put documents at risk that could reveal the NSA's Level 3 toolkit, a reference to documents containing the NSA's most important sources and methods. Since the agency was created in 1952, Russia and adversary nations had been trying to penetrate its Level 3 secrets without great success." Oh, yes, let's drag Obama's stupidity into the discussion. The only thing Epstein failed to deliver was nonsense from the Washington Post. Perhaps it's in the book. Let's see. All right, well, there's a little piece about that. Colt Cobra is coming out in 2017. Did anybody watch the Rose Bowl yesterday? Did anybody watch the Rose Bowl yesterday? Kind of a shootout there. 52-49, I think, was the final score. University of Southern California over the Penn State Lions. Yeah, it was a close game. And those University of Southern California cheerleaders really looked fine to me. Got me jumping up and down. Wait, somebody's going to ship ammo to Hawaii? But you're still going to have to pay what's it, the TSA hazmat charge, right? I mean, it's not that they won't ship it. There are companies that'll ship it. It'll just cost a fortune to ship it via air. That's always been the problem. You know, Nachos will ship ammo. It's just that you have to pay for the fucking ridiculous, you know, the box and the hazmat fee, which like doubles the shipping cost, you know, or triples it. All right, back to the Kitco silver chart. Seems to be trending down. Bid 1628, asked 1638. Hit a high of 1657. Did you ever post a picture on gun channels of your car? I think I saw it once, but it may have been shared you may have just shared it in a Hangout. Because if not, you should post a picture of your car, because I believe it's pink, right? I think I need to grab some weights and start lifting or something. I don't do it much Instagrams. Is it on gun channels anywhere I could search? I never use that link, but let me go click around. I don't even know where that link is. I'm looking. Yeah, I can't even find it. It's on the MT page via the IG link. What the hell is the IG link? And what the hell is an MT page? Wall photos, cover photos. Yeah, put up some wall photos of your car, dude. I don't know what there's an IG photo tab. I don't see an IG photo tab. I don't even know what that is. I mean, I'm looking on the gun channels main. If you click on the gun channels thing on all the way on the left, and it basically takes you to the firearms news post for members page. Resources, media. Oh, media photos gun gallery. That. Let's see. You better throw me a link. I could screen share it if you throw me a link. Can't find anything on here. Okay, Instagram, Pink Panther 69. Let's click on that. Okay, how far down till I see a pink car? See pink guns, pink railroad tracks, or whatever those are. Deep dish pizza. I'm not allowed to eat pizza anymore. Oh, is that your pink pickup truck there? Is that the one you're talking about? Or it looks like some kind of Dodge. Is that what it is? So keep going. I don't want to screen share the wrong car. Let me try and screen share this picture. You can tell me if it's the right one. Is that it, Pink? If you can see it. I have to stop screen sharing it to see what you're saying, but should open it in a different window, I guess, but too lazy. Well, here it is. Back in the day, I used to have a Panther Pink AAR CUDA. Had a 340 6-pack, 4-speed pistol grip. Hashtag when cars were cars. I'm still hot to get one of those Dodge Hellcats. I heard they're only $65,000 now. And they come with a separate key. You have a regular key that unlocks the full 707 horsepower, and you have a valet key which limits it to 303 horsepower. Cuts the horsepower in half. If you have the valet, he won't just floor it and get all 707 horsepower and total the car. So they has a separate key for valets now for the Dodge Hellcat. It looked like it'd be a fun car to drive, though. Thanks for finding it, though. I'd like to see it with the hood open. Is there significance? Why did they come up with the name CUDA? Is that short for something? I'm not too much of a car guy, so. Anyway. Barracuda, okay. Thanks for sharing that. Okay, guys, give me something to talk about before I bore you all to death. Yeah, pink kudas, you probably sell it for a lot nowadays. I don't know how much kudas go for, but the new Hellcats are $65,000. Sure, Dodge will arrange financing. $707 horsepower. It's a lot of horsepower, though. How many horsepower did the Cuda have? $250,000. It's a lot of do-re-mi to drive around. I think some car theft ring would try and steal it. What it actually had, Pink, or bro, you can tell me both. They underrated their engine horsepower in the advertisements. Why would they do that in the advertisements? I mean, engineers might over build the something, but advertising people would over promote it, I think. Well, somebody's got to list some kind of horsepower number. Purple with 4 speed. Yeah, I didn't ask what the insurance, the 707 horsepower Hellcat would be. Well, give me a fucking number already. How many horsepower was the fucker? I'm assuming that nobody from an insurance company is watching. $290 horsepower listed. And so you guys are saying it's more horsepower than 290. That's a lot of horsepower, 360 to 380. All right, so I'm going to try and discuss a gun topic. Here's something Island Z posted. You get to it. Hang on. Let's open this in a new window If I can screen share it and still read the chat. Okay. Google Hangout, screen share. How do we stay out of jail as a California gun owner? I can all respond to that if you have any comments. How was the suspension system on it, Pink? Transporting ammo beginning July 1st, 2018. Transportation of ammunition into California must be completed by a licensed ammunition seller. Fuck that. Magazine destruction beginning July 1st, 2017. All magazines over 10 rounds must be destroyed, taken out of state, or surrendered. Even previously grandfathered magazines are illegal. I mean, at some point, where do you say fuck the state of California? Probably sometime last year. 500 round limit. Beginning on July 1st, 2018, any person that sells over 500 rounds of ammunition in a 1 month period will be tracked by a Department of Justice database. I assume that means California Department of Justice, not federal, because Trump wouldn't allow that, and must obtain a permit. Jeez, man. I have many boxes with over 500 rounds, but I don't live in California, so. But once they do it in California, if they get away with it, they'll try and do it here, probably. Beginning July 1st, 2018, anyone in California that wishes to purchase, sell, or transfer ammunition must pay to obtain an ammunition purchasing permit. Why do you need to pay to exercise your civil rights? What how about the government has to pay to inhibit our civil rights? Why do the people have to pay the government? I mean, shit like this just pisses people off. I'm going to start issuing a permit. I'm going to start taxing the government for every dumb permit they have to pay me $100. For every dumb law that the state of Hawaii passes, they have to pay me $100. I'll just start sending them bills. The more bills they pass, the more bills I send them. How's that? I mean, it's not as bad as Hawaii, but source California Proposition 33. Anyway. Sean Ponnery's itching at the bit to solve a gun question. Yeah, I can't imagine 707 horsepower, though, on a Hellcat. That must be a hell of a lot of horsepower. Well, let's see if I can come up with a gun question to stump Sean Ponnery. Probably won't be able to, but give it a try. Oh, the Daily Show went live? Okay. Well, I think then I'll have to save my question for another time. Yeah. See you later, Sean. All right, Dead Horses seems to have disappeared, and the Daily Show has started, so I'm going to bail. See you later.